Hello, everyone. Welcome to Neva's 24-hour sprint. This is leg 2. I should have some people joining me momentarily. Neva and Margaret, we're just finishing up on Neva's channel, and so everybody's happy we're here. So that could take a little bit, but just a reminder, Neva's 24-hour sprints is kind of a chaotic event that will kind of, we chat a lot. We get really chatty, and we try to get some reading done. So bear with us and just have fun with us, because that is the goal always, of course. So I don't know if there's anything else that I'm supposed to say right to begin with, but there are already people here, and that's really exciting. So, Destiny, hi, friend. How are you? Hello, Glenda. I feel like I just saw you. I totally did. Ashley, I just saw you too. I was actually watching them and saw her press the stop button. So I was like, all right, I can start. Oh dear. There goes my voice. Woo.
Ooh, hello.
Yep, I have a friend.
Neva is on her way.
Okay. Patricia's here. Hello. Sadia,
I believe.
Sadia.
I might be wrong, but I think it's not A. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sadia, correct me if I'm wrong. The bibliophile. Hello, welcome. Morgan, welcome.
Love when I say something confidently and then my brain's like, wait, are you sure?
Right, exactly. Hello. I'm guessing this is an auto saying hi to Aunt Amy. And we have Christina here with remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, show the same love to the like button. So some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you so much, Christina. You have all of our backs, and I love that. It is.
Yep, we appreciate the notification.
Delightful. Because I can read that, but I am not really good at shouting out myself. Yeah. I just am not. Lily, hello. Reading My Best Friend's Exorcism by Grady Hendrix.
Oh, I love that book.
God, it's too hot.
So the only reason I'm not a horror person, but the only reason I want to read that is because of the 80s and 90s vibes.
Yes, vibes.
Honestly, I think you might. I know you're not a horror person, but I think you might like it.
Yeah.
That's it's the one Grady Hendrix that I tell people that even if they don't like, I even suggested it to Brittany, and I think she gave it 4 stars. Yeah. And Brittany's not a huge horror reader either.
Yeah. The thing about horror is that a lot of the time, I was I'm not a horror girly either, and then I found my genre.
Yeah. I like thrillers, and I love Simone St. James. And she's more horror than thriller, but even hers feel cozier to me. I don't know. Yeah. I'm weird. It's fine. Sabrina is here reading The Tropic of Servants tonight. Hello, Melissa. Good to see you. Reading How to Read a Book by Monica Wood.
Nice.
Glenda, hello.
Okay.
So, say it again. Sadia.
Yeah.
Sadia. Okay. Sorry. I was like, yes, we were right. But wait. Which one was it? Oh my gosh.
Someone who grew up with no one able to pronounce, and it wasn't even my first name. My first name people usually can figure out, but my last name scares people.
Yeah.
I try really hard to make sure I know how to pronounce people's names.
Yeah.
Not always correct, but I try.
I do too. But when you have when your name is Amy, which I literally had 5 other people at school with the same name, I've never really felt that.
Yeah. I still get weirded out when there is a character in a book or a TV show that has my name. It's why do you keep saying my name? Audiobook. There's a podcast that I like to listen to. And one of the consistent like people that comes in to help co-host, because like it's one consistent dude and then he'll bring in a guest, is a trans activist named Margaret Killjoy. And so I'll just be sitting here chilling, listening to my little podcast, and then I'll hear him go, Margaret. And I'm like, and then I'm like, oh no, wait, he's not talking to me. That's right. Margaret's on this episode. And like she chose that name. So that makes sense. I'm glad she chose a good name, but it is still deeply weird. Like that's probably the weirdest. I'm jogging down the road, hear this dude call my name, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Reading this, Glenda is reading This Town is on Fire by Pamela M. Harris. More hellos. Steph, hello. We'll probably change rooms and do the nighttime meds and stuff and try the heating pad on my foot injury. Oh my gosh, I hope it helps. Nighttime cramping. Good luck with that. Lily's enjoying it, about 170 pages in. When some of us get into something, we forget to do things like hydrate or eat, etc. And there are a few hosts that don't like promoting themselves. So thank you so much for being here for us.
I've absolutely never forgotten to hydrate or eat. Definitely have not made myself sick doing that.
I mean, I've never forgotten to eat, but I have forgotten to hydrate. So
I had a day on, what was it? I think it was Saturday, that like I spent all day with a headache, and then like I get up and I start doing things, and then it's like 4 p.m. and like Saturday I'd gone so long that like I was nauseous, and I knew eating would fix the nausea, but also I didn't feel like eating because we'd gotten fully to the other side of it. I was like, okay, we need to fix this. That doesn't usually happen. Usually I'm like, okay, it's noon, I should eat.
Yeah. Christina's working on The Whispered Word and working on a blanket. Hello. That's a fun little face. I love it.
I know, right?
Cool.
I love old school emoji faces.
I do. They're so, we had to be a lot more creative back in my day.
Here's the thing. It is easier for me to type out capital X, capital D than to go into the emoji keyboard.
Oh, I do this all the time. And my sister will be like, what are you sending me?
I'm just like, bro,
I'm like, I don't always want to open and sometimes the emoji keyword, like, because like every platform, so like if you send like an iOS emoji to an Android phone, it changes it to the Android emoji, and so sometimes it doesn't like on Discord it doesn't transfer the same.
Yeah.
So I'll type in like an emoji and it will come out different than what I wanted it to be, and I'm like, this is stupid.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a street on my bus route called Morgan Avenue, and even after years of taking the bus, I still jump a little. I bet.
That feels right.
Chris.
Mm-hmm. That's my thing, is I don't get hungry
until about 3 to 4 p.m.
I don't get hungry until about 10 o'clock in the mornings. So I start doing things, and then I'm in the middle of something, and I'm like, oh, I'll go get food in a minute.
Yeah.
And then it's 3 p.m. on a Saturday, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I do this too. I'm much better at eating on the weekends because Ari's home.
Yeah.
During the week, my brother will come home from school and be like, have you eaten today? And I'm like, no.
Yeah. I've been making a concerted effort to make sure that I'm eating like 3 meals a day, because it's like, it's not healthy to have to cram all of your calories in from 3 p.m. to 10 o'clock. Like it's your body.
It messes with your brain a little bit to do that too. Yeah. Like it's not.
Yeah. And we already have diabetes in the family. Like my granddad had it. He had type 2. And so it's one of those things, like I don't want to fuck my blood sugars up too much, because that can be one of the like doing like yo-yo. Basically what I'm doing is yo-yo dieting. Like that can increase your risk factor for diabetes. So it's like, oh.
Yeah, we got super creative in those chat rooms, man. Kids today have no idea.
Did you see that Leap Speak is coming back? Like people are starting to use it again, and they think that they've invented it. And I'm just like, no, No, and millennials simultaneously invented that across the world in forums everywhere, my friend.
Oh, it's like everything else, right? That comes back. It's like skirts. Like when everybody was like, "Oh my god, did you know there's shorts on this skirt?" And I'm like,
"Yeah, babe. What do you think I
yeah.
wore as a child?"
Well, even like songs that get remade, like we listen to songs, you know, that were remade from our parents' era, and you know, we thought they were brand new then.
That song that came out, what was it called? Like Bussy or whatever the hell it was. I don't know, but it had a Nelly, like there's a Nelly song in it that's sampled, like it's sampled in that song. And I will never forget when I started at Dunkin' Donuts. This was like a few years ago, but when I started, when I was being trained in order to go to my home store, I was at a sister store, and one of the girls in there was like, "Do you know who Nelly is?" No, it was I was listening to the original song, like the song that was sampled in the Nelly or in that song, right? And she was like, "Are you listening to Bussy?" And I was like, "No, I'm listening to I don't remember what the song is, but I was like, I'm listening to this song by Nelly." And she was like, dead ass looked at me and was like, "Do you mean the guy that got famous off Dancing with the Stars?"
Bitch, please.
I mean, yes, he was on Dancing with the Stars that season, but I literally looked at her and I was like, "You do realize that you have to be a star in order to be on
That's where the star comes from.
Dancing with the Stars." I mean, I know some of them are a little questionable, you know, whether they're stars or not.
Okay, I am a white, raised in a conservative Christian household woman, and I know who Nelly is.
Listen, when she looked at me and dead ass, like with a straight face, like, and I understand, like, we've had people like, what is her name? The chick from Tiger King, you know, she was
I don't remember Carol.
Yeah, Carol. She was on Dancing with the Stars. I understand she's not really a star. Okay, I would have preferred not to. She left after like the second night. But here's the thing: you have to be famous in order to be on Dancing with the Stars. You don't get famous from being.
You have to have at least 15 minutes of fame.
You have to. I mean, that one chick. There was like a chick from that Selling Sunset show. I didn't know who she was because I had never watched that. Yeah. But like people know who she is. You know what I mean? There's been housewives on that show. Like I get it. But sweetie, don't disgrace Nelly, okay? Let's not do that.
I feel like we've done there is a part of me that feels like we've done a bad job there are a lot of reasons for it, but like this, just like there hasn't been as much transference between generations as there was previously, if you know what I mean. I think part of that is just the sheer amount of media that we have in this last 100 years.
Yeah, it's the sheer amount of media and everything is documented online now, right? But I think it's also the famous people that like millennials grew up with, right? Or like either grew up watching or literally grew up with because they're like our age or around our age. I feel like as they get older, they become also more private.
Yeah.
So unless you have like my siblings know about like artists and like movies and stuff because of me. Because there's like Ari knows like all of the old school like Disney Channel stuff because of me. Because I watched it and so I've introduced her to it like a little bit at a time as she's been old enough to watch it. But I also feel like there is like a weird thing with millennial parents where they're not introducing their kids to the stuff that they were watching as kids. And so the next generation of children doesn't know what they're talking about.
Because a lot of the stuff that we were watching as kids was full of innuendos.
There's also that. And I will say, like, there is plenty of stuff that we watched as kids that has not been introduced to Ari.
Listen,
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying there's a lot of millennials that are choosing not to show those things to their kids. Like some of it just didn't even age well, you know? Like
oh yeah, for sure. I also think it has to do with like how the cycle of fame works. Because when you think of a lot of people, like you think about like, for example, Charles Dickens, he had a decades-long career that because of the way that society worked, and he was a writer, but he was also a speaker, because he would go and he would do orations of his work. So I feel like there are very few people these days that tend to have decades-long careers in the public spotlight, right?
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they seem to, because they start to get more private until they come out with something new. So like look at like Selena Gomez, right?
Yeah.
And I'm using her as an example because she's a millennial. But like we don't see a lot of her unless she is advocating for something, like one of like the diseases and stuff that she, like the chronic illness stuff that she has, or she's come out with like new material. She's not just like out here splashed across tabloids. And I feel like a lot of famous people in the past have been.
Yeah.
Like they go to the beach and they're splashed across a tabloid.
There's always kind of been that.
But I think that a lot of the people that would be within the millennial group of celebrities have figured out, like, I don't need you to know everything about my life, bro.
Well, like, because we grew up with
they're able to put out there what they want out there because of social media and things like that. So they're not like, it's not up to the tabloids to tell us what we know, because they can tell us what we know. So it's not, they can control that narrative more, and they can hide easier. There's more regulation, more attempts at regulation and those kinds of things with issues that have happened and things like that. Like, it's just, there's a lot more put in place, I think, to protect people. And they don't have to have these long careers because they're like,
like it's hard to have a long career now because of how much the like it used to be that they would, like, the people that they would invest in you a lot more as you see this especially with like actors and movie stars. We've kind of left the age of the movie star behind for a bit, but you would see how they would build people up and they would make them into a product that could be filmed or be shown.
Well, like they were attached to a studio. Like they had
were
to work at that studio. They couldn't like venture out or whatever, you know.
I also feel like because, especially like in the music world, right? This doesn't transfer as well to like acting, but especially like in the music world, we have so many independent artists now, right? That are that the way that they are making their career flourish is through Instagram. Like, I can't tell you like the amount of artists that I have found in the last 3 years in particular through Instagram itself.
Right. Well, the only new songs I know, I've heard parts of on Instagram first.
Yeah,
and then I found like the longer version.
Yeah, like Alexandra Kay is one of my favorite artists. I found her, I think 2020 was when she really came out. And she had music prior to that I had heard sporadically. Like, I realized I had heard her sing before, but she really made her career the way she signed now, but she wasn't until like late last year. Prior to that, she was known as the coffee girl on TikTok because she would make coffee and sing covers of songs. And that's how she became like who she is now. And she's like touring, and she toured with Jelly Roll and all that stuff.
Did she sing with Randy Travis?
Yeah.
I've seen that one. That one was really cool.
One of her most like viral videos was the one where she sang
I'm gonna love you forever.
I'm gonna love you
forever and ever and amen.
Yeah, forever and ever, amen. That song she sang, that was Randy Travis. She did a cover of was it Don't Take the Girl, I think, by Tim McGraw. That one went viral because people tagged Tim McGraw in it, and so he he stitched it. She's toured with Jelly Roll at this point. Like, she's done a lot of stuff, but I found her on TikTok doing covers of songs.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot more avenues to getting to that point now. You know, like indie authors, like indie like music, like it's just it's all different. It's a completely different atmosphere and everything. So
yeah.
You also have to consider, I think we're a lot more obsessed with the bright, shiny new thing now. Like I feel like the cycle has sped up. Like you don't have people having as long careers because they're moving people, even the like the studios, the record companies are wanting to move on to the next big thing typically, unless they have a cash cow like Ariana or Selena or Taylor Swift, something like that.
Right. And then it's more of like, as they're trying to stay in the limelight, they're doing like the negative things that are getting them attention. That's making them like the infamous instead of like, it's just, you know, they're either going to do these things like The Masked Singer or Dancing with the Stars or Real Housewives, or that's how they're going to actually stay in
relevance.
like,
which I think is why,
you know, like
I follow well, Margaret has seen her, I think, because sometimes I send to the group chat, I send that the blonde chick Lauren that sings, and she has like a whole series where she rewrites like early 2000 songs to be like relevant to today. So like she started by doing like POVs. So she took like, I think it was Jesse's Girl was one of the first ones she did, and she wrote it from Jesse's POV. Like that's, so she'll kind of flip them on their head. But people have come out and told her like, oh, you should sign to a label. Someone should give you a record deal. And she said like that she's done like the band thing and the tour thing and singing, you know, in public. I've done that too, not to the scale she has, but I have done that too. And honestly, it's exhausting. Like we prefer, like I think a lot of people that want to sing and that like singing prefer just doing it on social media where people can see it and then it can be uploaded and forgotten.
Yeah. So Dark Horse is planning to binge read book 1 and 2 of the Aurora Cycle, and then book 2 of the Aurora Cycle, and then book 2 of Starsight. Ashley feels old. Same. More highs. If I don't eat, there's a reason why. Yeah, basically. Wish I could forget to eat. Can eat for a while in the morning. I can't eat for a while in the morning and feel sick if I do. Yeah. Oh, same.
Whole thing.
Hello, Lexi. Going to be picking up Schroeder by Neil Cassidy for the rest of the night. Nice. Don't have kids, so I'm not really in the loop with all the new stuff coming out. Yeah, I only know because I'm a teacher, and so my students are doing it. What's happening with Justin Bieber is really sad.
I mean, honestly,
I don't really know a whole lot about it, but
to be honest,
what I hear is all sad.
So. What's been happening with Justin Bieber has been sad for years at this point.
And it also is partly the consequences of his own actions.
Some of it
that's true, but it doesn't make it like, I mean, it's still sad.
But also, like, a lot of it is the result of him being a child star.
Yeah.
And so, and he doesn't, and I don't think he was ever taught how to do things differently. So I feel like even the stuff that's the consequences or could be perceived as the consequences of his own actions are truly the consequences of the people around him doing things. And then because of that, he doesn't actually know how to react to it. And then people are like, oh, well, he chose to do XYZ. And I'm like, okay, but are we looking at actually like the
He's also choosing not to learn how to do better, though, because like there are so many child stars that have talked about how hard it is to learn when you've been a child star, how to be normal, but they still put the effort into doing it. Like Macaulay Culkin finally figured it out.
Well, but it took him a while.
Yeah, it took him a while, but
it took him a while. Like, you know, and he's a lot older than Justin Bieber.
Yeah. And unfortunately, with and I know somebody's going to give me flack for saying this, but with who he's married to, I don't actually know how much say Justin Bieber at this point has in his own life. Because I know that her dad runs a lot of their life.
Yeah.
So at this point, I'm not actually sure that he has much control over what's going on in his own life anyway.
Yeah.
Reading a memoir about Josephine Baker. Hello. Jess is going to eat dinner, maybe watch something, and then continue The Brightness Between Us by Elliot Schreffer.
Treffer.
There you go. I think that's the end.
Yeah. German words look scary. They're not as scary though once you know how to pronounce them.
Yeah. This is true. I'm just used to, like, where I grew up, there were a lot of Schaefers. So
Yeah.
I went to say Schaefer right away, and I'm like, no, there's an R there.
I definitely have spelled that Schaefer a couple of times. I think they're the ones that also, that I own that book. No, I don't. I own the first book in that series.
Okay. Yeah.
But I definitely tagged him and spelled his name wrong in the review that I left of it.
Oh.
We're not going to talk about that.
That's fine. When Matthew Perry died, I was like crying when I was typing out my thing. So I definitely put Michael. And then somebody else, like somebody caught it. And I only said it once. Like I typed Michael once. And the rest of the post said Matthew in it. And I had a friend that was like, hey, bud, this says Michael. And I was like, oh, my bad.
Oh, no.
It does that to you sometimes. All right. How long are you going to sprint?
I will probably pop off about midnight. Just so if you guys don't see me when you come back, it's just because she's getting sleep.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Is an hour good?
An hour is fine with me.
Oh, you're saying at midnight for you.
At midnight for me, I'm out.
Yeah, she's going to leave at midnight because she's got to be back up.
Time zones just like, I know they're there and I totally understand them, but like they just escape my head every once in a while. So
yeah, because she's an hour ahead of us.
Yes.
I feel like don't go. Basically, what I'm trying to say is don't go off of me to decide how long it's going to be.
Yeah.
An hour is fine for me. I might try to close my eyes during your sprints just because I'll have to be back up. But I'm going to stay up here because I know if I go downstairs, I'll sleep through and then that's going to be a problem. So I'm going to stay like up here in this chair because this chair is not comfortable enough for me to like actually like
fall asleep,
you know, but I might close my eyes. I might not. I don't know. I'm drinking a coffee, so I might be okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to be reading Book Lovers.
Nice.
I do have the audio, so that's going to keep me, you know, I'm not going to be drooping my eyes trying to read the words necessarily. So
I'm going to continue with Quicksilver. I would like to try to get to chapter 20 by the end of these sprints.
Nice.
Nice.
I believe in you.
I think I can do it. That would put me like halfway through this book.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll see everybody. So Margaret, thank you for joining us. We'll see everybody else in 60 minutes. So happy reading. Hello. Welcome back. How did you do?
Hello.
Hello.
Let me figure out where I left off. Hold on.
I was on page 40 and I got to page 104. So I read about 60 pages and then I was starting to fall asleep. So I had to like move a little bit. So that's where I was.
I made it to 87.
Nice. You've like doubled where you were, haven't you?
Yeah, because I started on like at the very beginning of sprints, I was on like 48, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's good.
Well, making some headway. Honestly, still truly enjoying it.
Good.
So, we've met Faye now, so that's always fun.
Like Faye the character or Faye like fairies?
Like Faye, like fairies.
Oh, okay. You can tell how into adult fantasy I am. I am just loving this. Like, this is so good. Like
It is,
this,
yeah.
This has no right to be as good as it is. No, I mean it does, because obviously it's Emily Henry, but
Yeah.
oh my gosh, I love it so much.
Honestly, one of my favorites. I just always tell people like don't go into it expecting it to be like super like romance heavy because it is advertised as a contemporary romance.
Yeah. And there is romance in it, but like the secondary relationships are really what's standing out. Like her and
Yeah.
her, like you said, with the sister relationship.
Yeah.
Is definitely standing out a lot. It's just really fun. And what is it, like Bigfoot erotica?
Yes. Yeah, it's just super like it's super fun. Like it's not even like it's like not a book you take too seriously. Like it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Really liking it. Kate got Enchantra done on We're on during sprint 1, now picking up the next read, either Assassin's Apprentice or a KU book. Let us know what you chose. Tina, hello, welcome. We'll be reading Rhythm of War. Hello. Hello. Stephanie just woke up from a surprise nap. Nice. Very nice. We're reading The Inheritance Games and Mistborn tonight. More hellos. Glenda got to page 165 of This Town is on Fire. A lot of drama. Nice. Stephanie got to page 34 of Inheritance Games. I love Inheritance Games so much. So good. And Steph watched podcasts where Jelly Roll and Brandon Lake had a discussion. Interesting talking points were said on both sides. Christina read a whole 4 chapters. Whoop, 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 whoop.
We knew you could do it.
Nice. Melissa finished How to Read a Book. On to reading Madame Restel or Restel? I think Restel. That would be my guess.
Your guess is mine.
Melissa, what did you think of How to Read a Book? Is that a novel? I'm assuming it's not an actual tutorial, but I could be completely wrong. It feels like it would be a novel, right? How to Read a Book.
Yeah, I feel like it's a novel. I mean, I suppose it could be a tutorial. Here's how to read a book.
You want to learn how to read a book? Here's a book. No. I mean, I'm assuming that it is like that it is
a novel, yeah.
Yeah. More hellos. Yay for finishing. That's very exciting. Oh, wait. Liked How to Read a Book, a novel for the Silent Book Club meeting on Sunday. Yep, that's so. Melissa is in my Silent Book Club with me. And so our theme this month is bookish books. So I'm reading Book Lovers. I also read Book Swap by Tessa something, but it's this like lady who leaves a book in a, like, accidentally gives away her favorite book that's full of her annotations to a little free library, and she goes back to get it and it's gone. Somebody like took it, and like just because she's obsessed and wants it back, she continuously like goes and checks to see if somebody put her book back, and they did. And then when she's looking at it, there's annotations like answering her annotations, and it's so stinking cute. A few more F-bombs than I usually like in my books, but it was really fun. So yeah, I got really into the bookish books this month because I could. So yeah. Yeah, contemporary romance, realistic fiction. Yeah. That's what I figured. I know Melissa knows how to read a book, so that would be silly.
Right.
But I like it when authors like hide novels as how-to books. I think that's always really interesting.
Yeah. For
sure. I think Kristen Harmel has one that's like How to French Kiss or The Art of French Kissing or something. So when I told people that that's what I was reading, they were like,
what?
what? Yeah. But it's not. It's about this woman that decides to move to France for a while. I don't know. I thought it was cute. So anyway, what do we do? Do we go back into a sprint? We're at the end of the comments already.
We can. Whatever you want to do. But yeah, I also honestly I like it when authors hide novels in like in with how to like titles.
Yeah.
Just because then you never really know what you're getting.
Right. And I can't think of a ton of examples, but it just or they hide it as nonfiction. Like Black Beauty is the autobiography of a horse. The horse did not actually write it. It is fiction. But it sounds like I don't know why I get such a kick out of it, but I really do.
I think it's just because it's different and like you're not expecting it.
Yeah. 8% of fearless and free. Nice. Oh yeah, How to Train Your Dragon. That's another example.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just think it's cute. Oh man. But yeah. Well, I guess we'll go into another sprint. Because
everybody wants to read now because we spent the first hour talking.
I know. I was like, we were really chatty that first hour
at the beginning.
It's
because like that 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock time, because for us it's 6, right?
Right.
But for Eastern standardized people, it's 7, and then I think for like Mountain Standard time people, it'd be like 4 or 5 p.m. So it's like that transition period between like work and like eating dinner.
Yeah, where you're like just trying. So
everybody's just getting like transition to the next part of the evening. Because I've found that ever since I moved 24-hour sprints, we do tend to chat a lot for like that first hour. And then after that, everybody's like, okay, we're ready to read now.
Right. Right. You stay a little bit more focused.
Yeah.
And yeah. I mean, I just don't really feel like I need a ton of downtime once I get that initial like talking out.
Right. And so like we talk for like that first hour, and then we're like, okay, now it's time to read or whatever we're doing that's like productive.
Yeah.
You know?
Dark Rose, 8 p.m. in Alaska. And Christina is ready to read. Only has a few days to finish the book. Dark Rose, is your name Ariel? Christina.
I think so.
Thinks she remembers. And now that I see that and hear it, it does sound right. But I feel like it's been a while since I've seen. It is. Hello, hello. Awesome. All right. Well, we'll just go right on into a sprint then. Spelt wrong, but yes. Nice. Love it. All righty. Do you want 60 again?
60 is fine, yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, I'm ridiculous. I can't figure out how to do anything, apparently. Hello. Welcome back. How was your sprint?
I made it to chapter 8. So I'm on page 106, and then my headphones died. So I have to let my headphones charge for like 30 minutes, and then I can go back.
Nice. Still liking it?
Yeah, still loving it. Live, laugh, loving.
Nice. I did housekeeping stuff. Like I had a bunch of boxes that I just set in my closet, like my kitchen closet, that needed to get taken down and put together so I can take them to the recycling. So I figured I could do that. So I was trying to like do stuff that would keep me kind of like awake. Giving that a shot. So I didn't really read it all, but I started a new snap picture. It's gonna be Lilo. Nope, this is Stitch. So I'm kind of excited about that. And yeah, that's about it. But I felt very productive. I didn't really read it all.
That's fair. Sometimes when we're productive, we don't read. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was just like, I have to, like, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do this shift. It's okay. I'm surviving, but I can't read the whole time because I'm not going to make it. I'm going to fall asleep.
Well, and that's honestly the thing. Like, I don't read the entire time.
Yeah. So I think I'll read this, but I think we'll do one more sprint, maybe a shorter one, depending on how many comments there are. I don't think there's a ton, but so depending on that, I think we'll do one more sprint before we go on to the next one. I think, right? Or am I completely?
Yeah, I need one more because it's 12:45. We'll be done here at 2.
Right.
Our time.
Right. So if we started right now, not that we're going to, but if we started right now and did an hour, it would bring us to 1:45. So we'd have like 15 minutes to like wrap it up. So
right. So if it takes us 15 minutes to talk, that'll take us to 2. So if we did a 45-minute sprint, that would take us to 2:45 and then transition to 3. No. That would take us to 1:45.
Yeah.
And then that would transition us to 2.
2. Which is 3.
Which is 3 Eastern time. So on the sheet, like, because I do everything in Eastern time on the sheet.
Yeah. Yeah, which throws me off every time. And I know it is, but it just still throws me off every time.
Like, it throws me off too, but from feedback that I've gotten, it's easier for people to convert from Eastern time than it is for people to convert from Central.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just what we do.
Yeah, no, I get it. It just gets me every time. Aaliyah's here. Went to my aunt's house for a little while, got a banana brownie milkshake. That sounds really good. And ate some curly fries. It's always a good time for curly fries. Kendra fell asleep. Toddlers have been a hard time falling back asleep. So I thought I would pop back in and say hello, 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 hello. Sadia said good night. Some good nights and highs. Leah, 83% in Beartown. So close to the end. Oh my goodness. Yep.
I hope you're loving Beartown. I love that series.
I want to do that one eventually. It's just, that one's deep.
It's a rough series.
It's rough. And the Winners is long.
Yeah, I suggest to people that if you're gonna do it, either you need to do it with like the audiobook or you need to immersion read it.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like I read Beartown and then I immersion read Us Against You and The Winners.
Mm-hmm. I've been doing mostly immersion reading lately. Like I always want to have the book in front of me, but I also want to be listening to keep me focused. I had a major slump after March. I don't know why. Well, probably because I had 2 months in a row where I read a lot. So then it was like,
wasn't March
March was Realmathon and middle grade March.
and middle grade March both, right?
So I was reading a lot for both of those. And then February was Get a Clue. So like I read a lot those 2 months. So then I was just like, huh. And I didn't have like stuff telling me what to read. I didn't film a TBR, so I didn't do my TBR game for reasons. And like so April is fine, but gotta move
that's
on.
why I think that's why wow, I'm sorry. I have had like allergies and stuff, so now my voice is like, let's leave the building. Let's not, because I have to be on here for 5 hours. Anyway, I think that's why now I am changing the rules for this month, like for May, for my TBR game, because I've found that while I am planning to read my 25 in 2025 and my 12 Rex and 12 Friends, I have found that it's overwhelming for the outside world to know what books I'm supposed to be reading for that, because you just continue to see the same ones getting picked. Because I'm just basically carrying them over every month because I'm not getting to them. And so it's overwhelming to me now for like for the whole internet to know what I'm reading when it comes to those, because then like I do get comments that are like, oh, you haven't read this yet, like why haven't you read this yet, and whatever, and it's like overwhelming. So I've changed it to where like you're literally only going to see the main meals. Now, of course, like this month, like I do land, one of the prompts is, I do have a prompt that is 25 in 2025. And I do have a prompt that is 12 Rex from 12 Friends. So you'll know which books got picked for those, like if I get those specifically. But I spin for 225 and 2025 books. And now I've been spinning since last month. I've been spinning for 12 Rex from 12 Friends, because otherwise I won't be able to read them all. And then I'm just like, okay, well, these people are seeing the same ones. Like, it looks like I'm not reading them. But what's crazy is that some of them I have actually read, but on accident. Like, okay, so like, for instance, with the third Gilmore Girl, when Brittany and I read that in February, that was my February nonfiction. I just switched it with Beyond the Wand, right? And was like, okay, that's fine. Like Beyond the Wand can be March or April, and then I can do the third Gilmore Girl for February, whatever. Well, I forgot that the third Gilmore Girl was also on my 25 in 2025. So I accidentally read it for that, forgetting that it was on there. So that's what I mean. Like I'll forget which ones are on there, and then I'll go to like look and be like, oh, I've read these or whatever. But I think it's like less overwhelming to just spin for however many books, because I spin a spinner wheel that tells me how many books per month, and then just show you those books. Because then anything else gets picked. Like, yes, I know what they are, so like they go onto the spinner wheel to be possibly read in the month. But the only person holding me accountable to them is me. So if we come to the end of the year and I still haven't read them, and they carry over into next year, there's not like 1,001 questions. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, I'm following you.
But it can get like overwhelming, like if I'm carrying over the same books, because like sometimes it just happens. Like I don't feel
because like there's Because sometimes, like, TBR games in general can get like that when it's like, so now I'm carrying these when there's so many rules about what when
Yeah.
there's punishments and all of those things,
Yeah.
it gets really overwhelming. Which
And I got
people can do whatever they want and whatever, that's cool. Like,
yeah.
I'm still gonna watch your TBR game, even if that part gets a little confusing to me. I'm gonna watch TBR games because I think they're fun.
They're so
And
fun.
I love, you know, but that it gets to be a lot when they're like, well, now I have to roll this one over because this is rolling over and this is rolling over because that's rolling over.
Well, and I got rid of punishments this year because punishments weren't working for me.
Yeah.
Punishments were just making it so that the TBR game was no longer fun. And like the point of a TBR game is that like it's supposed to be, yes, fun for like your subscribers to watch it. Right. But like it's also supposed to be fun for you.
It's not supposed to make it so you
play
hate
it. Like, right. And so I was like, well, I'm just gonna get rid of it. So basically what I did instead is like I get rewarded. So like I get $1 for each TBR book I successfully read. And then $5 for each series that I complete throughout the year.
Nice.
So it's like the incentive of reading the books, but like without the pressure of like, okay, well, if you don't read this, then you have to, because like last year I was carrying over like 4 or 5 books every month. And so then I went from having, so if the TBR game says you have 6 books this month, I automatically start with 11 books. And I'm like, this is not fun or realistic. So
yeah. Well, and like, so like completely Melanie, I love watching her TBR games. Like she does a whole bunch and they're really fun and they're really creative. But like, I think she's changed it. But like a couple of years ago, she was carrying over books. And she had like 30 books on her TBR at one point because she had carried over so many books. And I'm like, can you stop doing that to yourself?
Well, and like I think Brittany has changed the Timmy's rules slightly so that she can only carry over, like she always has had the carryover rule. So basically, like if she doesn't get the book done, she has to carry it over to the next month. Like she can't get rid of a TBR. Like she always started with that rule that basically it couldn't leave Timmy's until she'd read it or decided to DNF. But I think that she's changed the rules slightly now so that a book can't be carried over more than 3 times. So if the book has been carried over more than 3, like if it's been carried over 3 times, then she basically has to say, okay, I'm definitely going to read it this month. Or it just has to be unhauled.
Yeah. Doesn't she also do like if she's carrying a book over, she can use it as a prompt for that month? Or
yeah. So that's basically what I've also done this year too, is like you'll see a bunch, like especially on like this month's TBR, there are books that I was supposed to read for April that ended up fitting prompts for May. So I didn't count them as like carryovers because they fit an actual prompt. So I only have 1 true carryover for the entire month of May, but that's because that book was a carryover that did not fit an actual prompt.
Yeah.
If my books from the month before fit the prompts, then I will just reread. Like I will just read those books. Like it's not, especially with the way I've changed reading books now, because before what it was is I would like start a book and then I'd be like, okay, well, I'm bored with this book because I'm a mood reader, right? Fine. But like it was to a point where I was just like, I would be starting like 6 or 8 books and be just like in like varying stages of in the middle of these 8 books, but nothing was actually really getting read.
Yeah.
And like for me this year, and I'm not judging anyone else's reading but my own, but for me this year, my numbers have been trash. Like, let's just be real. Like my numbers have been like very not good for myself and like my goals, simply because like I pick big books like this, I read a third of one, and then I pick up another one. But then when I come back to read the other, like another book that's on my currently reading, I don't remember what has happened in that book. So then I'm starting it over to try to get back. So I was like, okay, you need to pick 2 books a week, 1 audio, 1 physical. That way I have the freedom of like doing cozy hobbies or doing chores or whatever. Because that's the other thing is like, if all I have to read are books that don't have any audios, then I'm like, well, I don't always have time to sit down and read.
Right.
If I need to like do other things.
Yeah. Because
So
like we're still adults and stuff.
right. So this is why I always have an audiobook that I can say, okay, well, I want to read, but I'll just grab my audiobook for now or whatever. And that, at least for the last couple of weeks, has worked so much better for me, because then like my nighttime book, which is usually when I do my like Kindle reading, I'm just like, okay, this is the book that is the physical book for the week. Read that on your Kindle. The audiobook is usually like the daytime, mom duty book. And then I'm actually not only finishing books, but also remembering what the hell I read. Because that's the other problem, is I will read 8 books at a time and then I don't remember anything that I read.
Yeah. I mean, I struggle to remember things as well. And I don't know that it matters how many books I'm reading. I like a couple days and I will forget it.
Now, I will say that
I'll remember specific things, but I'll forget like a lot of little details.
And I don't need like a lot of little details, but I found that like even in doing like the book and coffee chats, I'm finding that I'm retaining much more of the information when I sit down to be like, this is what the book's about. I mean, am I remembering character names? Absolutely not. Don't ever hold me accountable to remember a character name, because I'm not going to. But I can at least tell you like the main plot of the book. I was having trouble even doing that, because like House of Bane and Blood, I'm going to have to reread. And I just finished that in February. But like Margaret, Brittany, and I started in November. Brittany ended up reading it for something else. So it was just me and Margaret. And then we finished it in February. But I got to the end of that book and I gave it 5 stars. But if you like asked me about the book, I really can't tell you anything about it other than I know that it's like arranged marriage and it's romantasy. But otherwise, like I can't tell you like any plot points of the book. And usually at least I can give you like the main plot points of the book and like what I liked about it, what I didn't like. Even if I can't give you like character names or like minute details, I can give you like the main premise. I can't even give you that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of, I don't know. I just like stuff doesn't stick with me. And it's funny to me when I hear people talking about their um their ratings, because a lot of times they're like, I'm not going to remember anything in this. And I was like, if I refuse to give 5 stars to books that I'm not going to remember, I'm never giving another 4 or 5 star again. I just don't remember like names and like I don't.
Yeah. So
I remember specific things and how they make me feel and how I reacted to it.
Yeah, and that's
where my rating is.
For me, that's the same. It's like I'm not like, if you want like a specific reason that I gave a book a 5 or 6 star, you're not going to get it. I can tell you the feeling that I had while reading it that made me give it that rating, but I'm not going to be able to be like, oh, this specific thing happened. Now I can tell you, like, if I give a book a lower rating for a specific reason in a book, I can say this thing happened in this book, I didn't like it, so I gave it a lower rating.
Right.
But as far as like something like things that I enjoyed about it, like at that point, like I'm just along for the ride and I'm just like, oh my gosh, it was such a great book. And so I can't give you like a specific, like I can rant all day about a book, but when I give a book like a 6 star, usually I can gush about it for about 5 minutes. Then I'm like, and that's why I loved it.
Right. And then it leaves me speechless. And yeah, because I can go on and on about how much I hate The Christmas Wedding by James Patterson. So why can I remember all that junk? The stupidest book ever.
Right. See, and that's
I can't remember certain details about my favorite books.
Okay, so like Pucking Around, right? This is like a great example because people will be like, oh, what did you love about Pucking Around? And I'm like, okay, well, the polyamory rep was like top tier in it. Like some of the best polyamory rep I've ever read. But I couldn't really tell you anything else about it other than like I love the characters that are in it. but like I can't. But it was like a feeling that I had, like a warmth that I had when I read the book, and when I've reread the book. There's nothing, I can't tell you anything else about it. Yeah. Middle of the Night by, who is that by? Riley Sager. I gave that book a 3-star. Did not like it very much, to be honest. Like, honestly, I vibed with it for about 75%. And then once I realized that I thought I knew how this was going to end and like what the twist was going to be, and then I ended up being kind of right about the twist, I didn't like the twist. The twist killed it for me. And I was like, listen, I vibed for most of the book, so I'm going to give it a 3. Like, I'm not going to rate it like a 1 or a 2 because it was no 1 or 2 book. Mm-hmm. But I can definitely tell you I did not like this, and this, but I'm not going to tell you what I didn't like about it because it's a spoiler. But like, I specifically did not like the way that this book ended. I did not like the way that Riley Sager decided to go with this book. I just didn't. And I could rant about that for 10 or 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. But you asked me like, oh, Jacksonville Race is your favorite. Like, why is it your favorite? I can give you like 5 points and that's it. Otherwise, it was like the way I feel when I read that series. Yeah. Is why it has a 6-star. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway. Steph is going to try and get some sleep. That was a while ago. But maybe back depending on how the injury is keeping her up. So if it is keeping you up, I hope you come back and I hope your injury feels better because Christy, forgive me for not chatting much in the comments tonight. You're fine. Watching on my TV, so I can't comment without getting on my phone and it needs to charge. Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely. Been there. Honestly. Yeah. Finish the Book of Cold Cases by Simone St. James today. I love Simone St. James. I love this book, honestly. I know so many people that didn't like this book. I personally loved it. At least when I read it, I did. I don't know. I read it in like 2022, 2023, something like that. I read it when I first got on BookTube. I read it shortly after it came out. So my favorite Simone St. James is Broken Girls. Of the ones that I've read. I need to read that one still. I love Broken Girls. Like it just everything just wraps so well. And I just see, this is how I talk about books I love. That's right. You know what this means. Right. I get you. I got you. Then Sundown Motel and then the Book of Cold Cases. But I gave all of them 4.5 and higher. Like I haven't given a Simone St. James a low score. Yeah. So like, and I think that when it comes to like our favorite like authors and stuff, there's always going to be like a tier rank. Yeah. With your favorite authors. Even if it's like, okay, yeah, like I did give this one, like, because in all reality, like if I had to like rate the Jacksonville Race series, like in the order of which I liked them the most, honestly, my favorite one is Pucking Sweet, which I think would be surprising to people because when I originally read it, I listened to the audiobook and I gave it 5 stars, but the other 2 I had given 6. But then when I reread it at the beginning of this year and annotated it, me reading it with my eyes gave me a whole different, I don't know what it did, but like something flipped. So really like Pucking Sweet would be my favorite and then Pucking Around and then Pucking Wild. But in all reality, they're all 6-star books. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like that with Catherine Center too. Catherine Center and Simone St. James, I can't do anything wrong for me. That's fair. So I love Riley Sager, but he can do stuff wrong. Listen, Riley Sager and Grady Hendrix, absolutely love them both, but they can do things wrong. Yeah. Abby Jimenez, she's getting up there. I've read a couple of hers. Actually, I've read one of her books and one novella, but I loved them both like insanely
a lot. So, like, I think she's going to be one that I'm not going to think she can do anything wrong. You know?
Yeah, I've read one novella because I read the novella that she wrote for the Valentine's Day
The
collection.
Fall Risk. I loved that so much.
Yeah, I haven't read the Fall Risk yet, but I have it because it was the like bonus short story or whatever for Amazon First Reads. Yeah. So I have it. But she wrote a short story or a novella for the like Valentine's Day collection.
Oh, yeah. I read that one too.
I read that one, and then I read Part of Your World. And Part of Your World, if you want to know my undying thoughts on that, go watch my video where I read Kelsey's favorite books, because Part of Your World was one of the books she gave me. I love that book. Like, I ate it up. Like, when I was not reading that book, all I wanted to do was read it. Like, literally, I don't think the week that I read that book, I don't think I read anything but that. So good.
Yeah. But I read Yours Truly, which is part of this, right?
Yeah.
Goes with this. So, like, the novella in the Valentine's Day, the is it some kind of
I don't remember what it was. Let me look.
He puts like the note on the wrong car.
Yeah, it's like her grandma. There's something going on with her grandma. She's taking care of her grandma. I don't want to say what it is because it's a spoiler.
Right.
And it's very short. It's like 80 pages.
Yeah.
And he puts a thing on he puts it on the wrong car, and then they end up like meeting each other, and like it's a whole thing. Yeah. And honestly, it was such a cute book. Like, I mean, it was very short, so I think I only gave it like 4 stars because I don't tend to give novellas more than that. Just because always with a novella, like, I want more story.
Yeah. But he is a maintenance guy in an apartment complex.
Yeah.
And that's where the Fall Risk takes place. So he is in the Fall Risk, which I love.
What? Oh, I can't wait for the Fall Risk now.
Yeah. It's so cute. So, like, it's so bantery and heartfelt, and I just, I'm loving me some Abby Jimenez lately. She's getting up there with Catherine Center. Like, I mean, Catherine Center, still to this day, I will give all the props to her, because I like made a joke about her breaking my heart. And I was like, you know what you did, Catherine Center? And she was like, I do. I'm really sorry.
I've never read a Catherine Center. Like, should I? Like, I don't even know where to start with Catherine Center, to be honest.
I would start with either. So the one that I hear a lot of people say to start with, but I haven't read it yet, is What You Save, or The Things You Save in a Fire. I have to read that one yet. I know it's going to destroy me, and I haven't. But The Things You Save in a Fire is the one that a lot of people say. I tell people they should start with The Bodyguard, because it's cheesy and bantery and wonderful. And it has all the nostalgia of like female kick butt bodyguard, protecting the.
See, because I've heard, so actor. The Bodyguard is the one that I saw like circulating around. That made me be like, oh, maybe I'll read this. And then somebody was like, well, these are like, they're like closed door romances. Like, somebody had told me, they were like, I don't think you'd like it because it's closed door romance, but like, I read closed door romance.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that I read like,
I mean, if you're like,
I know I read a lot of
into it knowing it's closed door. It's
well, and here's the thing is, I don't mind closed door romance. My issue with closed door romance is that sometimes when authors write closed door romance, I find that I don't get like the angstiness of what we get in like something that has like open door content in it. Does that make sense? Like I still want to feel like the tension and the angst and like I need build up, even if I don't need to see the final product happen, but I need to feel the build up and like the thing. Like I need to feel the thing. I don't need to like see them, like I don't need to read about them having sex, but I do need to feel like these people would eventually do the thing. Like otherwise, what is the point in a romance? But it doesn't have to be like open door to the point that like I know what's happening once they do the thing.
Yeah. No, I love it. I feel like I felt completely immersed in it the entire time. Like but I also love Catherine Center. And I just feel like she kind of has like this heart to her characters that I really like. In my head, I compare Catherine Center and Abby Jimenez. They're different. They're very different, but they're like that kind of heart is what they put into their stories. And I really like it.
Yeah.
So I would suggest people start with The Bodyguard just because
that's just like I don't mind like a slow burn romance. Like I've read Mariana Zapata. She is like the queen of slow burn, bro. Like her books will go until like 75, 80, 85, 90% without so much as like characters kissing each other, but you can feel the tension and the buildup. That's what I need. I want the tension and the buildup. I don't necessarily need to see the end product to be satisfied with the tension and the buildup. But I need I need to feel like these characters are eventually, if you tell me that these characters eventually are going to fall in love with each other, I need to feel that.
Yeah.
Not just like be told like, oh yeah, these characters are gonna fall in love with each other, and then all of a sudden at 75%, they're like making out in the back of somebody's like in the back of one of their cars, and I'm like, I felt nothing the entire time.
Or all of a sudden it's the epilogue and they're married and they're gonna have two babies.
How did this even happen? Because I felt like they didn't know each other the whole book.
They needed therapy. They didn't need a marriage.
Like what?
Yeah. No. I just love it. And I can't, like, for me, it's like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's there. But like, I can't tell you that it's there. Like, I felt it was there, but like, what I expect is different than what you expect. Like, we know we have different open door.
And honestly, open door doesn't bother me either. Like a smutty good time doesn't bother me either, to be honest. Yeah. Sometimes smut is not.
Yes, I know about you.
You know what I'm saying? Like I can say like, okay, like these smut scenes are trash. Like you could have just given me, because I've read plenty of smut where I'm like, you really could have made this like a closed door romance, and like I would have been fine with that. Because some authors, I'm so sorry, even like authors that write like dark romance or like smut or whatever, they're just not good at writing smut. And I'm like, I don't know who told you that this was good, but like everything else about the book will be good. But like if a smut scene is like too cringy, like it's too much, I'm just like, why? This was unnecessary. You know, there's like
that's how I felt about the love hypothesis scenes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a huge Ali Hazelwood girly anyway.
I mean, that's the only one I've read by her. Besides her novellas, but
I just don't like that like all of her characters are the same. Like all of her men are the same, all of her women are the same. All the women are like 5'0" hobbit people, and like her men are like 6'5" dudes with humongous private areas. And I just don't understand how that's even possible to
Yeah.
work with here.
Well,
So
and it's
I
like
don't
it's
get it.
like it really like perpetuates a stereotype that only because you know like she deals largely in STEM with her stories, so it like
Right.
perpetuates the stereotype that only this type of person, female, can survive in the scientific.
I also don't like that at the end of all of her books. This is like a theme that I've found because I've read a couple of her books. All of her STEM books, they end with these like powerful women in STEM all of a sudden being like, well, I got the guy, so I give up on my dreams. So, like, they can no longer be powerful women in STEM because they have a man now? Absolutely.
Because they don't need to be. Whatever.
No, thank you. No. Like, why can't they still be powerful women in STEM with the man? Like, I don't understand why the man makes them just throw their dreams out the window. Like, this is not 1955.
Yeah. And even if it was, these are not the women that generally they would be the ones that are trying to like buck the system. They're not going to be the ones that are like, you know, like they're just
right
characters. I don't know.
I just feel I was just always like, I don't understand like why we've done this.
Choosing to be like whatever, give you know, like
I mean, if you want to be a housewife, that's great. I just feel like
it's not all of them that are going to make that decision. You know?
Yeah, I also just feel like the women, like the way that we get the women at the beginning of the books, that's not how they would choose. In my opinion, that's not the kind of woman that would choose to be like barefoot and pregnant, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I've been a stay-at-home mom. Like, there's nothing wrong with that life. Like, I honestly, like, if that's what you want to do, that's great. I'm just saying,
and you're not less kick butt for it, but
right. I mean, being a stay-at-home mom is a job with no
change in personality for these.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's
characters.
Like she changes the personalities of her characters. So like we get one character throughout the whole book, and then all of a sudden, well, I got the man, so now I'm a whole different woman.
Yeah, I don't
absolutely not.
Yeah. There's like I don't know. There should be a balance there that I just don't see in her. I've only read one of her books, but there wasn't a balance. Right. Christy is going on for the Midnight Library. Excuse me. Probably stay with us for a while, depending on how long we're sprinting. Probably won't chat much till the phone is full of charge. That's for the sprints. So the 24-hour sprints are here for what? 16 more hours?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. But not on my channel. We are here until 2:00 Central, 3:00
Eastern.
So,
and then we're going back to my channel for 5 hours. So you're welcome. You'll get to.
I didn't have enough confidence to say where we were going next.
Yeah, and you'll get to look at my face for the next 5 hours. I hope you are ready for that.
Morgan needed a break, so that was a YouTube stream. Nice. I almost watched TV, and then I just didn't feel like turning on my TV.
That's fair.
It was too much work. Christina got to chapter 9 and finished a second square. Stephanie is on page 106 of 372. Melissa got to page 143 of Madame Restall. 30 pages, going to go and get some sleep. Oh, okay. That was a while ago, but thanks for joining us, Melissa. Have a great night. See ya Sunday. Aaliyah is loving Beartown. Also, Neva, she wants your thoughts on Quicksilver.
I'm live, laugh, loving. Honestly, so I'm on chapter 8, and we've just been introduced to what is his name? Kingfisher, the dude that's on the front. That's not a spoiler because Kingfisher is on the back of this book. He's in the synopsis. He's our main love interest, I guess. I don't know. But I love Saris. That's like our main female character. She like her banter is great. Like she's just snarky to everyone. Like I'm not super far like for how long this book is. I'm only like 100 pages in, but honestly, loving it. Also, if you like audiobooks, I would recommend this audiobook because it is a what is that duet narration, like where he reads his parts and she reads hers. But they've even gone like a step further with this, and any male or female part, the other one reads.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
I actually kind of prefer that because then it feels more like I'm like listening to a show or listening to a movie
Mhm.
than reading a book. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Because sometimes both male or female, the narrators will really botch the other
right.
gender.
But now
Like
they
the other.
do still keep like the he said, she said. So they don't like drop anything out of here because I have been following along for part of this, like in the actual book. But like if it's a female speaking, then um yeah, because this
Female.
isn't like dual POV. It appears like at least like it's basically all from um Saris's point of view. So I do like that they've added this like duet narration where it's like true duet narration where like he reads like the male man guy. What am I trying to say? The narrator reads the male parts and then the female narrator reads all the female parts. Like I do like that. And they do like change the like the inflection and like their accents and stuff to like fit the like different characters so you feel like you're hearing different characters. It's not all like one dimensional.
Yeah.
But I'm really enjoying this book. Like I get the hype, to be honest. So
Nice. Is Quicksilver the name of the character of a character?
no, Quicksilver seems to be like an element.
Okay.
Like it's some kind of element that's controlled by magic.
Interesting.
Yeah, because they keep saying like somehow you activated the Quicksilver. So it's like some kind of element. I don't know really anything else about it. I don't know if I'm supposed to already know more about. I don't know. I don't really know anything about the Quicksilver. I just know it's like a freaking element and cool. I guess.
More information to come. Allie's trying to get her nephew to sleep, but made it to 80% in Enchantra. Very nice. Aaliyah wants to get into Phantasma and Enchantra, the Wicked game series. By Kaylee, is that by Kaylee Smith? Enchantra?
Yeah.
Melissa read 30 pages. Trisha's only read the Bodyguard, and it was pretty cute. I mean, listen, I love it so much. Like it's so cute. And there's a little level of deepness to it. Where it's not like so deep. Like you're not gonna like get into the big deepness, but there's a little level of deepness that's just below the surface that just brings it up a level, you know? Because sometimes you need absolutely just fluff.
Right.
There's like a little bit that makes it a little bit more than fluff. Not that that's better, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's there when I need it. Too many books, too little time. That is true. Glenda got to page 178, 51%, halfway through the book. Yay. Stephanie is still halfway done with the inheritance games. What? No. Oh, not still. She is halfway done with the inheritance game. She like just started that puppy.
I mean, it reads quick though. I mean, it is a YA thriller, and the chapters are super short. Like, I don't think that any of the chapters are longer than 5 minutes.
That's true.
And they definitely are like chapters that leave you on a cliffhanger. So like they're like potato chips. Like you want to move on to the next chapter. Like there's not, I don't remember there ever being like a super good spot to like pause, because at the end of every chapter it would leave you on like this cliffhanger where you're like, oh, I have to, oh, just one more chapter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ariel's 44% through Aurora Burning, started it earlier and haven't put it down. Nice. Oh, Izzy, hello. Just woke up 8:20 a.m. where you are. 1:28 a.m. where I am. So, but it's wonderful to see you. That's the nice thing about these 24-hour sprints. We get to see people from time zones that I'm not in. That's fun. Are these reading sprints? Are these heckly? Okay. So we will read when we read, and
I feel this is a bot, bro.
is it? And, you know,
only because like, why do we have a bunch of weird characters at the end?
Yeah. You know what? We're just gonna delete that. That's fine. Okay. We'll read what we read.
Yeah, like Steph said, the chapters are like, they're super short. And because I remember, because we read it in a group, and I was like, are we reading this like at our own pace? Because so many of us finished it within like 24 to 48 hours, just simply because like there was like, yes, like chapters ended, right? But the chapter would end and you would have like this cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, oh, I have to know what happens in the next chapter. Like there was nowhere where it was like, there was never like a clean break to a chapter.
Right. Yeah, because you were constantly wanting to know what was going to happen next.
Right.
All right. So we could do like a 25-minute sprint.
We can do that, and then 5-minute transition. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. So 25 minutes. All right. Happy reading. Hello. Thank you, Morgan, for pointing out that my sound was on as I was listening. Hopefully it wasn't too long.
I did not read.
No? Okay.
No. Well, because my headphones are charging.
Mhm.
So I just listened to a YouTube video because I think that when we transition my first sprint, I'm going to take a shower and see if that helps to like, you know.
Mhm. Yeah.
Exactly. The chapter's in like the middle of a scene, so there's always like a cliffhanger thing at the end of each chapter.
That was when I saw R.L. Stine talk. That was one of the things he brought up, is that his goal is to end every chapter on a cliffhanger so that it always like pushes you forward. So like it's his mission in life to have all cliffhangers.
I mean, it's definitely
like
a good strategy to keep somebody like engaged and like wanting to read.
Yeah. Although as a teacher, when I'm reading these books out loud to my students, they get real mad at me when I stop and they're like, that's not the end of the chapter. And I'm like, yeah, it is.
So I found this when Ari and I were reading Matilda, because some of the chapters would like leave off on these like weird cliffhangers, and so she'd be like, that's not the end of the chapter, Mom. And I'd be like, bro, it definitely is. Like, this is the next chapter. And like we would only read 1 or 2 chapters a night.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, dang. And then I just got her to do audiobooks instead, because I was like, at least this way, like I would set it, for like 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
And then she could decide if she was going to keep going. But I was just like, I'm sorry, bro. Like that's the end of the chapter. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Literally how it works. Christina got to chapter 11. You're welcome for hosting. You have a beautiful night, morning as well. We will be at Neva's channel momentarily.
Oh, I should probably send the StreamYard link. I don't think anybody's coming to hang out with me, but I'll send it anyway.
I'm not. I have to go to bed. I'm sorry. But yeah. Stephanie got to page 198 and munched on some crackers. Izzy read 30 pages and she's gonna make breakfast for herself and she'll be over at the next part. Glenna got to page 204, chapter 115. Gotcha. And you're welcome for hosting, and you'll be seeing Neva in a little bit as well. Good night. Good night. Yeah, I need to go to sleep. I'm meeting my goddaughter for breakfast tomorrow, so I'm kind of excited about that. But I live, like near Green Bay, and the NFL draft is happening in Green Bay, like right now. So the population of Green Bay has doubled, and it's kind of crazy. So we're hoping to beat the rush of drafters, is what I've been calling them. But we're hoping that they're all going to be like sleeping in from all their partying, and we'll get to go have breakfast first. So that's the goal. And then I'm hoping to go to an independent bookstore because it's independent bookstore day tomorrow.
Yes, it is.
I don't think I'm going to buy anything. I mean, I might. I mean, I should. I mean, I want to. But
I have decided to pay it forward this year. I don't really have money for independent bookstore day, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
So I am just paying it forward by, obviously, like I have my Callie Hart book, but my Kindle book is a library book. Like I borrowed it from Libby.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just kind of avoiding. And actually, the audiobook for Quicksilver is off Hoopla, which is also a library. So I'm kind of just avoiding Amazon today as my way of paying it forward. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
So. That's a good call. Yeah. I want to at least go and like show my face. Not that they're going to remember, like they're super sweet, but they can't remember every customer they have.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
My
We'll
town
see.
is so
Something
small
might
that,
jump out at me for my classroom or something, and I might.
yeah, my town is so small that like definitely I walk in there and they like know my name, which is I don't love it. You know what I'm saying? Because like I'd like to be anonymous when I go book shopping, but it's fine.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Christina. Good night, Glenda. Yep, I will be around. Yeah, I'm very excited for what's coming in May. Hopefully, my voice sounds a little bit better. I, made it through this. But like when you're a singer, like when you're a singer, the worst thing in the world is not being able to sing.
Right.
And I have not been able to sing for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. I also have not been able to sing for like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I can tell that like my voice is raspy when I try, so I just haven't been, and I'm just like depressed. It's like
well, it
it's
makes it
very
worse
depressing.
if you do that too. If you
Yeah,
just get through it, it makes it worse.
and it's just very like it's just a very depressing feeling.
Yeah, yeah. I guess just singing makes you feel good, and when you can't sing, it sucks. So, anyway, are you ready to start your sprints?
I'm ready whenever everyone else is ready for me. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, thank you all for joining me, and enjoy the rest of the 24-hour sprints. I don't know if I'm going to be um, on anybody else's or in the comments, but I'll try to keep in touch, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye. I always forget.